Thank you for coming. I'm a part of the exec board for the Turning Point USA chapter at FSU, so
Awesome.
we really appreciate having you here.
Thank you for all your hard work. Great job.
Well, thank you for coming. I just have a quick question for you. What is your advice to young adults who are in relationships with a significant other who has opposing political views?
Yeah, great question. So obviously everyone is free to make their own choices. I think that is a recipe for disaster. I do. And I'm not saying break up with that person. I'm not saying you can't have a nice time. But here's a good question. Eventually, you might have children. Let's pretend you have children with that person, okay? Whose values are you going to teach the kid? Right? Who gets the, not you, I'm just saying, like, I'm just asking more hypothetically. What kind of school do you send the kid, right? Do you send it to a public school and government school or to a Christian school? And who decides then? And then over a period of time, you know, when you start living for a year or 2 or 3 years together, and all of a sudden the news comes on and tension's already high in the house. Are you going to be able to discuss the nightly news politely and wonderful together? Are you going to see it all in the same way? What about charitable giving? Are you going to want to give to the same charities? I could go on and on and on and on. And I've seen it work every once in a while. I've seen people with opposing views build really beautiful lives and do great things. But I've seen it be a disaster more times than not. That doesn't mean, by the way, if you find someone that shares your views, that it's going to be the most wonderful thing ever. But if you want to have children, then I believe firmly you have to marry somebody or be with someone that sees the world the same way you do. Or else it's not fair to the child. Or else they're going to be having competing and confusing narratives and dialogues passed down to them at all times. And so do what you will with that, but I also have seen a lot of people say, "Oh, I'm going to change them." That's not a good idea. That usually doesn't work. And by the way, if you are in a relationship to change somebody, that's really not what a relationship is, right? Typically, people that go into a relationship with the intent of transforming the other, that ends like the Hindenburg. God bless you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh boy. Okay. I'm liberal, Mr. Kirk. I mean, okay, I voted Trump in the 2020 election, but...
Oh, good. You're not that liberal.
Okay, but things changed my mind. But anyways...
Okay.
I'm young, obviously, and I was wondering about trickle-down economics. I was wondering, when is it going to trickle down for me? Because historically... Like, I've never personally seen it. Like, for example, Liz Truss she resigned over the dumb tax things. George Bush said it was voodoo economics. So my question to you is, would trickle down, or when is it going to trickle down?
Yeah, I'm not a defender necessarily
Really?
of trickle-down economics. I mean, I think in some ways, if you want to talk about supply side versus demand, here's the thing. I used to be a really, economic libertarian, and then I grew up, and you start to see that you actually need, some checks and balances and externalities in the market. I am a big defender of the market, though, generally. So how should we approach economics? I suppose that's a question, right? And so here's how I'll answer that, which is that an economy should serve people. People should not serve the economy. Okay, I think you and I could both agree with that. And so I will defend, though, the idea of giving tax cuts to businesses. That's a very good idea, because businesses are run by people, and businesses employ people. Now, should you only give them to big businesses? No, I think that's silly. But the vast majority of businesses in America are small businesses run by entrepreneurs. And so, for example, my entire economic viewpoint is to make you more empowered and easier for you to be able to start a business and grow a business from something to nothing. So you can call it whatever you want. You can call it free market economics, entrepreneurship-focused economics, whatever it is. But I think you and I could find some common ground on some things. For example, I think it's wrong and it's stupid and it's silly that the largest corporations in America don't pay anything in income tax, whether it be Amazon or ExxonMobil. It's not fair, it's not right, and I think a lot of these loopholes are designed to be able to favor the corporate lobbyists in Washington, D.C., while everyday people get completely and totally crushed. And I'm a conservative saying this. Do you want to chime in really quick?
Oh, yeah. I agree with you. I am not a big fan of bailouts. Like, during the COVID pandemic...
I was against it, yeah.
Yeah, the airline industry had to be bailed out by the American people, and I don't think that's right. If you have to shut down for a week and your whole business collapsed, like...
It's probably not a sustainable business.
Yeah, it's not a sustainable business. That's your fault. It's not...
Yeah.
for you to take the wealth of the American people and just put it back to your
Yeah.
company.
So let me say one last thing I think that hopefully we can agree on. And this is where I'm probably in the most harmony with libertarians, okay? Which is what we are doing to our currency is immoral and wrong and has been warned for multiple decades and generations by people in the kind of libertarian community, and it makes every single person in this room poorer, and it makes the oligarchs, and it makes the people that run our society richer. A hyperinflated currency benefits people that already have hard assets that are able to move money quickly. Working people get crushed by inflation. And so let's put trickle-down economics aside. Let's say this. We need to have a monetary policy that does not destroy the value of the dollar 10% year over year so that everyday people can save and with expectations so that they all of a sudden don't have to say, well, I'm going to get 10% poorer this year. You know what ends up happening? People end up spending all their money on stupid stuff because you have just created mass economic cynicism. They say, what's the point in saving? What's the point in going into the market? It's just going to crash. And so I think you and I could both agree that from a monetary standpoint, we should encourage saving over spending and restore the purchasing power of the American muscular middle class.
I
God
agree.
bless you, men. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Hey, Charlie. So I used to be a conservative. I no longer am now. I'm actually a libertarian now. And a big reason for that is what I see as a contradiction within conservatism between supporting freedom, freedom of speech, to bear arms, and support for law enforcement. Because if the government were to infringe on our freedoms even more than it already has, such as banning assault rifles, for example, then the police would be the ones to enforce such tyrannical edicts, as the Canadian truckers discovered. So is there a contradiction here for conservatism? Why or why not?
Very smart question. I can see where you're coming from. So the way I would answer it is that we look at the FBI a lot differently than a local sheriff. So local sheriffs have been the ones defying all of these kind of gun-grabbing regulations and measures because the sheriff is probably someone in your local community you trust, probably someone that got elected publicly, probably someone whose kids goes to the local school, and almost always is a strong adherent to the Constitution. What I think you are yielding towards is something you and I could have a lot of agreement with, which is it's the FBI, the ones that take the knee for BLM, the ones that are calling for mass gun control. Do I trust them? Absolutely not. But do I think that local police is not just important but necessary for human flourishing? Absolutely. And so I'm a localist with this stuff. I think that the less federal control when it comes to a lot of these issues, the better. I question so much of the legitimacy of what the FBI is doing recently, and it pains me to say that as an American patriot, where I look at everything they do through a political lens now, from raiding Mar-a-Lago to spying on Donald Trump to the raiding of the homes of pro-life leaders. So your apprehension as a new libertarian is totally right. But I would just challenge you to be like, hey, that's a lot different than Sheriff Mark Lamb, for example, in Arizona, who is elected by the local people and doing everything he possibly can to go after smugglers and would never enforce a gun confiscation measure. And so we need to support our local police. Very, very important. They're in our community. They're one of us. Where the FBI is, though, I look at them as almost kind of infantry for the regime. Does that make sense?
Well, it's that, police, whether federal, state, or local, they're tasked with upholding, all the laws of the United States of America, federal, state, and local. So if the federal government were to, for example, pass a law that banned assault rifles, then wouldn't the local police then be compelled to enforce that law? Is that not something that
That's a good
concerns you?
question. We've already seen, though, a track record and a pattern of local police and sheriffs, hundreds, saying, I will not enforce any of these. Montana, for example, came out through every one of their sheriffs and said, we're not going to enforce an assault rifle ban. We will ignore the federal government. So I would just challenge you to kind of look at some of that, at how some of these more local law enforcement agencies are already vocalizing that they are willing to say we are not going to enforce an unconstitutional measure from the federal government. But your apprehension is well-founded. I don't consider it a contradiction. I consider it a nuance and an important difference. But I think you would also agree you need some form of law enforcement, and I would much rather be policed by people that live in our communities, that are close to us and share our concerns, than somebody far off in a distant land. And I'll close with this. The left does not want to defund the police. They want to destroy local police and replace it with a national police force. And so you and I can definitely have agreement that a national police force is horrifying. It's something we do not support. I want thousands of local sheriffs that are accountable to the people and far less federal involvement kind of parachuting into our communities telling us what to do.
Thank you for your time.
God bless you, man. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Trevor Waller, and I just had a question. Why do you think that leftists and liberals and people on the left side, or why they push anti-science ideas in our school system? And then one last question, what do you think we should do with public school systems? Should we try to change them? Should we take kids out of the public school system, homeschooling, because I'm a homeschooler? Just
Awesome.
wondering what you thought.
Yeah, great. So why do parents put up with it? That's a mystery to me. I think that's changing, though. I think parents are starting to push back. I think there is kind of a default setting of being polite in a lot of these communities, and parents don't want to come across as being impolite. So why do they teach things that are contrary to science? Yeah, that's a really important and good question. They would disagree with how you just categorized it, even though it is, science in and of itself. But they also have a different view of what science is. I gave a whole speech on this in Kansas City that I encourage you to check out, which is science properly understood should be about the preservation of human life and the advancement and the flourishing of human life. Science, like I would say, improperly applied is about exerting your own will and dominion over nature to show supremacy over the design, or let's just say the state of what nature is. I'll give you an example, right? So two forms of medical technology that could be used by the same person for two complete and total differences, okay? An abortion and a C-section. One gives life and protects life, and one destroys life. They're both instruments of science, because if you look at a test tube, you're not going to find morality in a test tube. So you have to bring some form of morality into science, right? This is one of the great lies, I think, of secularists. So they say, oh, you can find morality in science. No, at some point you have to have some sort of a construct and a framework, right? These are tools that you use, right? And so with that kind of advancement of technology, praise God, we have C-sections in America, right? It's the most commonly performed surgery in America that has saved millions of pregnancies and babies that otherwise we don't know would have happened. But then you have abortion, very similar procedure in the way a trained technician has to do that, but a completely different result. And so the question really needs to be, what is science? What is the point of science? I believe science should be first and foremost an inquiry into the natural world, understanding it. And if we have to intervene, if we have to create something new, it has to be under the moral framework of allowing human beings to flourish and to succeed. Your question about the public schools, look, I'm a local guy. If local areas want to have public government schools, so be it. But I think we have to abolish the Department of Education in Washington, D.C. I think we have to restore parents' rights to be able to have school choice and vouchers. And let me just say, you have a very, very good education program here in Florida. You're very lucky. Other states would give a lot to be able to have the type of educational mobility you have here in Florida. God bless you, man. I love homeschoolers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And if you guys disagree, you can come to the front. Just want to make that known. No pressure. So.
Hi, my name is Sarah. My parents got divorced when I was a toddler. I have no memory of them together. I'm 21 years old right now, and I got married this past April.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's phenomenal. That's thrilling.
So I've never had a good role model in terms of, marriage with my parents. So I was wondering, what would your best advice be for having a long, happy marriage?
So I've been married a year and a half, so I don't know about long or happy. Well, I know about happy. I don't know about long. So don't know about long. So, but we're working on the length. So look, I mean, it's not about you. That's the most important thing that you'll learn really quick. It's about service. It's about, commitment to the other. And this is the thing I always laugh about, when people say men and women are the same. When you're married for like an afternoon, you realize men and women are very much not the same, right? And so, I mean, a great example is, when a man comes home from work, there could have been a nuclear explosion at work. How was work? It was fine. It was good. Where the wife just will talk about every single detail. It's just the nature, right? It's completely different. And then, Dennis Prager has a really great speech on this that drives the left crazy, which is that men's nature is towards variety, okay? And I think it's very important for wives to just say to their husbands, thank you for being loyal to me. It's a very important thing. A lot of men don't hear that enough, and it drives some women like, I don't want to have to say that. It's like, well, just study a little bit about men's nature and understand how men are kind of programmed towards variety. It's a very important thing. The final thing is just carve time for one another And I mean, I'm a big believer in the 10 Commandments. I believe the Sabbath is one of the great gifts from God to be able to preserve the family. I think the Sabbath, properly understood, is the preservation of the family. And so I turn my phone off every Friday night, turn it back on Sunday morning. I'm unreachable by the world, and you just have to focus on another person. The last thing I'll say is this, is social media and phones will do everything it possibly can to get in the way of your marriage. So do what you can to put those aside, silence them, and I wish you a very, very long and happy marriage, and hopefully children sometime soon. And I fully support young people getting married early. I think that's a very important thing. Now, the reason, and people say, well, it's a risk. Why can't I wait till I'm 28 or 30? You know, because what if it's not the right? Everything in life is a risk. Okay, everything has a risk. But there's also another risk that you have to acknowledge, which is the risk of our thousands of listeners that email me, and they say, I'm 35 and I haven't found anybody, and it's too late. That's a risk too. And I can tell you right now, the risk of having guilt or having despondency or having just kind of regret, that's the better word. That's a risk that some people need to know just as much as the risk of you might not be able to go to Paris every summer. And so I don't think we communicate that all the time to young people. So God bless you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Hello, Charlie. Thank you for being here today. My name is Ari Daljan. I am a freshman political science major at Florida State. My question is going to be about two things you've said tonight. Our leaders stepping up for us and the freedom to make our own choices. But first of all, I want to ask why the orange branding? We're in Tallahassee, not Gainesville.
Oh, that's... So, in all fairness, it is the national branding. So every tour stop gets the orange shirts.
Okay.
That's a fair question, I have to say. It is.
Okay.
But for the record, I have spoke more at Florida State University than at the University of Florida. So let's just be fair.
So I think my question is going to be a lot different than other people, especially people who disagree with you. I am one of them.
Okay.
I'm going to throw you, Candace Owens, and Ben Shapiro into the same category. Three people who are mainstream to the modern conservative movement. All three of you, host podcasts. You go to colleges and, host events like these. And I'm sure you know that there are a lot of moments where people come up, try to challenge you, and you end up, I guess I would say, winning an argument, and it ends up getting posted on social media, and people say, oh, Charlie Kirk owns the libs. But at the end of the day, I don't think that, trying to win an argument is a win for either of us, because even though we have these events, our politicians still continue to screw our lives over every day. And you were talking about our leaders stepping up for us.
Mm-hmm.
So my question to you, and let's say Candace Owens or Ben Shapiro were to also hear my question, is that why have neither of you or any of you considered running for political office? And
Okay.
I just want you to know that I wouldn't vote for you because I disagree with you guys on nearly everything, but I think
Wow.
you guys would win because
That's a great endorsement right there.
Because obviously, you guys are very good at marketing. You have huge platforms. Instead of, coming here debating against college students who all three of you have a clear
I got the
advantage
question,
over because you have more life experience, why don't you debate the politicians who we are all critical
Well,
of and
yeah,
actually make the laws in order to right their wrongs?
Well, two things. I'm happy to debate anybody. I debate college professors if they want to come on the show. I'll debate AOC. She's welcome anytime on my program. I'll have a long debate with Rashida Tlaib or Ilhan Omar, Hillary Clinton, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders. I think Candace Owens and Ben would also agree, or Matt Walsh or Michael Knowles, kind of all of us in the same sort of team, if you will. We'll have a conversation with anybody as long as it's in good faith. Now, the reason we're here on college campuses and we take open questions, and I don't think it's debating, I think it's like just respectful disagreeing, and if someone really gets heated, then yes, we are going to kind of ramp up the temperature and kind of just show the world kind of the proper way to have dialogue. But look around in the room, and I think that if by show of hands, do you think that most of the professors on campus are conservative or liberal? They'd probably say it's mostly liberal on campus, and they're hearing mostly liberal. So we're here to hopefully broaden the intellectual and ideological diversity on campus and to do something that's actually more important than running for office, which is to give so many young people here the confidence and the courage and the reminder that they're not alone and that there's other people that think the way they do on campus, and to be able to give them a community and network. And so I think your question's in good faith, right? I'm not here to, just obviously I've been doing this for 10 years, and so if someone has a disagreement, we'll have fun back and forth. At the same time, though, I think it's important that from some people who see our campus interactions, forget winning or losing the debate. I think it's really helpful for the hundreds of millions of people that have seen our videos or views over the last couple of years to kind of see what it's like to have two ideas collide in real time without scripting of cable TV. I think that's exciting and helpful for people, right? For example, if I asked you, do you think men can become pregnant?
I don't think you asked me that.
Well, I'm just asking you, do you think men can become see actions, forget winning or losing the debate? I think it's really helpful for the hundreds of millions of people that have seen our videos or views over the last couple of years to kind of see what it's like to have two ideas collide in real time without scripting of cable TV. I think that's exciting and helpful for people, right? For example, if I asked you, do you think men can become pregnant?
I don't think you asked me that.
Well, I'm just asking you, do you think men can become pregnant?
I don't think so.
Okay, good. So we agree. So you're not a leftist, you're a liberal. And that's important for people to see. And I think there's value and merit in that. So thank you, man. Appreciate you being here tonight.
Good evening, Charlie. My name is Martin Walker. I'm the vice president of the chapter at TCC.
Awesome.
From my understanding, you wrote a book. You had mentioned that college was not for everyone.
Yes.
And getting a degree for me, it's not the end of the world. I just want to be successful. I just want to, me personally, I want to get more politically active or involved in politics. How would someone like myself go about doing that?
Great question. So degree in politics means next to nothing, right? If you want to get into politics, no one's going to care about where you went to school. Politics is the closest thing to a pure meritocracy of any industry you'll ever see. It's, are you going to show up early at precinct committee meetings? Are you going to make the phone calls? Are you going to drive halfway across the state for an event with 15 people? Are you going to be a body man to a state rep and, kind of help them out really when they need it? And so basically, if you want to make it in politics, you have to do the gritty hustle work for years, and eventually you'll get a shot to move up. And
yeah,
so,
absolutely. I can make the effort.
Then you're going to succeed in politics. So at Turning Point USA, we have an amazing staff, 250 people, and our Turning Point USA staff is a majority of them started as Turning Point USA chapter leaders doing the nitty-gritty work and then got internships and then started to work their way up through the ranks. And so we love people that dedicate themselves and work really hard, and kind of in the political space, it's a place where you could be really significantly rewarded by doing that. So
Absolutely. Thank you.
God bless you, man. Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
Given the concerns you've expressed about censorship and interference with free speech, I wonder how you view the laws in Florida and other states that restrict what professors can teach about racism in the classroom. Obviously you disagree with the doctrines you teach, but why, would you extend to them the same right to free speech that you advocate for everybody else?
No, it's a matter of curriculum, right? So I would ask a question, should we teach the flat earth theory in physics, right? Should we teach bloodletting in biology? Should we teach lobotomies in medical school? Or should we teach eugenics in ethics? No, there's some ideas that are so reprehensible and provably wrong, they shouldn't be in anywhere close to an academic environment. Now, a professor obviously has the freedom of speech to say what he or she wants individually, but from a curriculum standpoint, from what you're able to measure or test, to say that all of a sudden we're going to teach that race matters, that somehow that people are suffering from a pandemic of whiteness, as Coca-Cola would say, or just critical theory or critical race theory. No, that has no place in an educational environment, because in an educational environment, it's less about really the opinion of the teacher or the opinion of the student. It's the pursuit of the soul and the entire being of the student towards truth, goodness, and beauty. And so you must have a teleological destination for that. Yes, a follow-up.
Just one follow-up, which is, so you would say that the idea that there's systemic racism in this country is as off base as the idea that the earth is flat, and as provably wrong as the idea that the earth is flat?
Yes, I would ask you, how are we systemically racist?
Well, we could have a long discussion, but I'm a journalist. I don't think it's a place for it, but possibly if you attended a class on it, you might get in a debate with the professor and see what their data shows and
Right.
whether it's it's a matter of scholarly dispute. I mean, there's a lot of books on both sides, or whether it's as, I'm not aware of a lot of scholarly, accepted books that advocate that the Earth is flat. So I would say this is a matter of scholarly debate.
There,
These
there
others
was
are
till
matter of
Galileo
belief.
came along.
Okay. Well, anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. And yeah, just to close it, yes, I think advocating for black-only dormitories is a moral equivalent of bloodletting, lobotomies, and flat earth theory. I think it's evil, it's wrong, and has no place in American education.
Hi.
Do I have permission to record your answer?
Yeah, when we're live streaming, so.
Okay, cool. I know that you and other conservative speakers have spoken at length about left-leaning universities and colleges, and I agree with you to that point about how toxic it can be. My question is there any blame to be placed on students who are coming into colleges without any moral ideals, without any political ideals? And if there is blame, whose fault is it? What's causing this, and what can we do about it?
There's a little blame on students, but you can't totally blame an 18-year-old for not having a certain grasp of a moral framework. I mean, I put the blame on the parents, for not teaching morals or ethics or, proper civics or history. And also, it's not just colleges, it's high schools now, it's elementary schools, it's grade schools. And so I just say to parents all the time, you have to make it your full-time job to make sure your children shares some form of values of your own. And obviously there might be some differences and nuances there, but I wouldn't put a lot of blame on the students. A lot of kids are 18, they do what they're told, they really haven't thought that deeply yet. That's not an accusation or criticism, it's just the way it is. I put it more on the educational system and parents not properly doing their job.
I agree with you on that.
God bless you, man. Thank you.
Good evening, Charlie. My name is Jonathan Ramirez. I happen to be a conservative. Despite me being a conservative, I do happen to be pro-choice. How do you feel on the matter, and where as a nation we can come together to agree on something sensible?
Sure. Well, I'll just ask you, when do you think human life begins?
Me personally, when I feel like it begins with the heartbeat, sir.
Okay, so you would a 6-week ban is okay then?
I'm pro-choice with exceptions. No woman, I don't feel like if a woman is due to have a child next week that she could choose to abort the child. That's not decency. That's not decent.
Okay, so but why a heartbeat? Like, what's the reason for that?
Why a heartbeat?
Yeah, like, so do you think we should not allow abortions right around 6 weeks? I'm just trying to
However,
understand.
I feel like 6 weeks is slightly too early, only because, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not a gynecologist, but that means that week 6, that meant missed her period by 3 weeks, give or take, and that's already, then it's too late.
Potentially, right, but there's a heartbeat around 6 weeks. So,
Correct.
So just to play it out, that would be a termination of human life, right?
Correct.
Right, so why do we have murder laws then?
You ask, why do we have murder laws?
Yeah, because that'd be murdering a kid, right? If it's a human life, by your own estimation.
Correct. You stumped me there. I'm not gonna lie, you did stump me there. I contradict myself where I stand with the matter. That's why I'm asking more or less what's
That's okay.
your take on it.
Yeah, so my take is this: life begins at conception, and when life is formed in the womb, and deoxyribonucleic acid is created, a new being comes into formation, and that being is still growing. It's still on its process, but we as human beings tend to have size, level of development, environmental, and degree of dependency privilege. We think just because we're bigger and stronger and no longer in a womb, we have a moral right to do whatever we want to those that are still in the womb. And the toughest questions are the ones when we ask, what does it have to do with me, and is it worthy of protecting those that can't protect themselves? And so to be consistent, we say that's when human life begins. And just because the being is small, just because the being is in a womb, doesn't mean that we have a moral right to obliterate it. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
I think you're actually pro-life.
I am. I just think, of personal situations and,
That's understandable.
things that matter.
But let's play that out just for a second. Situational ethics, for example, if a family is going bankrupt because the 4-year-old is eating too much food, you can't kill the 4-year-old to be able to reduce the family budget, right?
Correct. If I have the time, I will say for one reason that I do happen to be pro-choice. A lot of people that is pro-life feels like it is an extremity for women that is already on the system to continue to have more kids,
I hear you.
to be given more funds. So with the same notion, I feel like it's like having your cake and eating it too. If you don't want women to be able to have the option at all to get an abortion, but feels like they shouldn't continue to get more welfare, that means that child being brought into the world is going to not be brought up to the same measures.
I think you're coming at it from a good perspective. That I reject kind of situational Malthusian ethics in that regard, in the sense that if it just makes your life easier, it doesn't mean you can commit an injustice against another human being. The same goes for arson or robbery or whatever it might be. But I will agree that we have to make it easier to adopt kids in America. There's 2 million families right now on the adoption waiting list, and there's a million abortions every single year. So the idea of an unwanted pregnancy is statistically untrue. And I believe that churches and communities, and yes, even at times city and state and local governments, need to step up and say, okay, we want Roe repealed, but we have to make sure that families and parents and moms have the support that they need. And I'll say one final thing, I think you agree. To the cowardly men that impregnate women and disappear, shame on you, and you're a big part of this problem.
100% correct.
God bless you. Thank you.
Charlie, you spoke about the economic hardship that a lot of young Americans are facing.
Yeah.
What can conservatives do to make a difference on that? Like, how can we modify our national economy to relieve that suffering? I mean, that's very real.
Yeah, I mean, this is what's so frustrating, right, is that we're kind of under the tyranny of academics right now. So just a couple of very simple things. We got to get energy independent again. It's very simple. We got to drill, baby, drill far, drill wide, and tell Greta Thunberg to get the heck out of our national discourse and start actually understanding how energy policy impacts every single person in this room, okay? We got to bring down the price of oil. We got to tell OPEC to go shove it. We have to go exporting oil again. You got to get oil beneath $40 a barrel quickly. Now, that impacts everything. Let me just say, that lowers the cost of food because you got to transport it, the cost of transportation. The second thing, and these are very agreed upon things, second thing is we have to go after inflation with a sword, right? We have got to go through intentional monetary policies that cool the quantitative easing of the last 15 years. You got a follow-up?
No, I was just going to say, do you think that it's sort of the academic and media elite that put us in this situation to begin with? It was their policies and their philosophy, their propaganda that made it so that our national economy became over-financialized and it ate out the real economy.
Yeah, I mean, it also kind of, there's a couple things that happened in the 1990s. We allowed China into the World Trade Organization. We had NAFTA. We repealed Glass-Steagall, which never should have happened, amongst other things. And then 9/11 happened. We lowered interest rates. As soon as Greenspan did that, as soon as we set the precedent that there's any sort of economic misery, any sort of economic hardship, we could just kind of turn the lever on cheap money. It set this 20-year cycle that we're still living through right now. Did that. As soon as we set the precedent that there's any sort of economic misery, any sort of economic hardship, we could just kind of turn the lever on cheap money. It set this 20-year cycle that we're still living through right now with all that other nonsense of the deindustrialization of the American economy, of the hyper-financialization, as you say, led to 08. And then what was our immediate reaction to 08? It wasn't just financial and fiscal stimulus, it was then monetary stimulus, is that we're going to lower rates unrealistic. And so then what ends up happening? COVID happens, and our reaction to COVID, got to go down to record low rates. Well, there is a price of doing a 20-year sugar high. It's unsustainable. And so we've been on a 20-year monetary sugar high, not caring about the next generation, not caring about your purchasing power, couldn't care less about any of it. And so the result is what we're living through right now, which is you have hyperinflation and almost very dangerously low economic growth and a tumbling stock market. Yeah, you're living through crashflation, basically, even worse than stagflation. And so if I was head of the Federal Reserve, I mean, the only way to say is that we're going to have to go through an intentional 6-month recession to get this solved. There is no other way to do it because you've created this ridiculous, unrealistic circumstance. But Wall Street doesn't like that. Americans don't like that. So basically, here's what's going to happen. My prediction is that we are now going to be told by our elites we have to get used to 8 to 10% inflation for the next decade. It's the only way to do this. Unless you're willing to tighten the belt, the new normal will be 8 to 10% inflation, and you're just going to have to get used to it.
That's catastrophic.
Of course it is. That's the agenda, to reset the currency, allow the globalists into our system, to destroy the American dollar. by other means. That's my prediction. You're going to see a labor market collapse in March. Mark my words. You're going to see unemployment go to 4 or 5%, and then you have a crash stock market, hyperinflation, just in time to try to blame the Republicans.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thanks.
While I agree with having a limited government and believe that we should have that in the long run, wouldn't a limited federal government allow for states to infringe on our constitutional rights, such as the right to life? Do we need to temporarily use big government to protect our God-given rights in godless states like California?
Good question. So thankfully, I don't live in California, but a lot of people do watching on the live stream. Hello, our California people. So I believe in a small but strong government. That's an important part, right? So if you go read the Federalist Papers, of which I encourage all of you to read if you ever want to get ready for bed and fall asleep, they're beautiful. They are. It's just they're written in a type of California people. So I believe in a small but strong government. That's an important part, right? So if you go read the Federalist Papers, of which I encourage all of you to read if you ever want to get ready for bed and fall asleep, they're beautiful. They are. It's just they're written in a type of English that isn't really around, but you could learn so much. You read the Federalist Papers, there was this tension. And by the way, read the Anti-Federalist Papers too. They're just as interesting. That kind of gang of three, John Jay, Alexander Hamilton, and James Madison, who formed our structure and system of government, in a lot of different ways, they were debating in the open air against the Jeffersonians, and both won, right? And so what they wouldn't really admit is that they took a lot of things to heart from Jefferson's critique of too strong of a centralized government, but basically history vindicated Hamilton, okay? History showed you need some form of a federal government because the Articles of Confederation were a mess, okay?
Absolutely.
The Articles of Confederation, you had no centralized government, you had nothing. Federation were a mess, okay?
Absolutely.
The Articles of Confederation, you had no centralized government, you had nothing. And so there was coups, there were rebellions, no one knew how to trade, there was not the strong system of government, all this sort of stuff. And so to answer your question, should we have a federal, is it time to use big government? No, it's not. What it is time, though, is to pass laws that do protect the most basic things. So for example, if I'm a big supporter of pro-life legislation in all 50 states. If you can't protect those people that can't protect themselves, you're not even doing the most basic thing that government should do, okay?
Absolutely.
And I mean, so you have this insanely sick and twisted thing of events. Let's take the state of Oregon, okay? So in the state of Oregon, you'll have it's an amazing cartoon, right, of a guy that is sniffing cocaine with a straw. Which one do you think is illegal? The straw.
I think the straw is because, probably because, of all those
That's
bogus,
the left, by the way.
Environmentalist.
Yeah, it's environmentalism over, I don't know, human decency and flourishing. So that's big government gone awry and not even doing its basic things. All right, I got to get some more questions. Thank you, man.
I'm sorry about my misuse of words there.
No, you're great, man.
Thank you
Thanks
so
for being
much.
in
I hope
hell.
you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Hey, Charlie. Thank you so much for being here. I'm a student here at FSU, and I'm a member of Turning Point.
Awesome.
So it's awesome to see you here. I've been a fan for years. Love to talk to you today. So my question is more about the future. I know no one can tell the future, including me, but in the next 10 to 15 years, I want to be married, and I want to be starting a family. I'm one of 5 kids to 2 loving parents, and we've been married over 20 years, and I'm a strong believer in raising my own family. So, however, like you say, inflation, it's on the rise. It's becoming harder and harder to make and save money. You also talk about how depression is at a high for this generation. And I've noticed that people who are in jobs they don't tend to like or aren't in jobs that they love, they're more likely to have depression or some form of mental health issues. So for me, like some of the careers I'm interested in don't pay the kind of money that I think it would take to support the kind of family I want, especially because I want to have a lot of kids because I'm a
I got that
family with a
part,
lot
yeah.
of kids. So, how do you think that I should go about finding a career that
That's a great
I both
question.
enjoy and pays the bills,
Yep.
so that I can be happy and raise my family? Because I think being happy is necessary
Yes, it
to
is.
emotionally, physically, and mentally
So
support
let
my
me
family.
let me challenge one of your frameworks. I think it's going to be helpful for you. Don't go do what you're interested in. Do what you're good at. So what's your skill?
Talking,
Okay.
persuasion.
Well, you can make a lot of money talking because I'm not kidding. If you are good at communication, from a public speaker to a writer, you can make a ton of money. Now, what are you interested in?
Business. Is a huge
make money in
interest.
business.
I also I like s- I like I like groups like Turning Point or
Mhm.
groups where you advocate for something. I'm a huge mental health advocate. I'm huge on that. I'm
So
huge.
you'll figure it out. The point is this: is that I hear kids all the time say that I'm following my heart and my passion. That's a really bad idea, and it's the worst advice. Follow your skill that you don't hate. No, serious. And then you'll if you don't hate. I mean, I'll give you a great example. If I followed my passion, I'd be a college football coach. Seriously. And I love college football more than anything else. And by the way, I'm not a fan of your coach. I'm just going to be very honest. He's not going to make it. He's not going to bring you to the promised land. I'm telling you right now, it's not going to happen. Mark my words. Just wait. Just wait. Okay. Well, when was the last time you guys went to a bowl game? Right? Not a while. What? 2 wins away? Wow. What is it? Week 7? Yeah. I'm saying Florida State is like you compare that to Bowden, okay? You guys should be undefeated, is what you should be. But anyway, I don't know how I even got onto that. I don't mean to insult. But I love college football, a big fan. Now, if Florida beats you guys this year, I think he might be getting the axe, but we'll see. So, but that's not what I'm the best at. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's about you're following your skill, okay? And following your skill is very important because then other things start to fall into alignment, okay? And make sure you don't hate that skill. And then the final thing is this. You just have to dedicate, if you want to be successful in life, you have to dedicate yourself to hustle and grit. It's very rare to find. Show up the earliest, leave the latest, and complain the least. You do those 3 things, I don't care what you do, you're going to move up because that's very, very hard to find.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
God bless you. Thank you.
Hey, Charlie. My name is Sharon. I'm a mom of 4, and
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here. My oldest is actually your age, and my youngest is a junior in high school. Who's right over there? Anyway, my question is, well, first of all 4 have gone through public school, which back in 1999, when we started that, it didn't seem like a bad idea. And actually, we've had many great teachers, and it worked well for us for a long time. But obviously, in recent years, our eyes have been opened, and there's been a lot of going on and agendas pushed within the school system. I'm also the local chapter chair for our Moms for Liberty, so been on the
Love
forefront.
Moms for Liberty. Great job.
Been on the forefront of trying to fight our district, who has been one of the ones, defying the governor and our state laws. So my question for you is around school choice. I see that Arizona just this year voted to have a statewide school choice system.
It's really good.
And actually, I've been feeling with the frustration locally that maybe it's a better idea to put energy and time into supporting, getting behind, advocating for a statewide school choice system in Florida.
Yes. So the issue with your Florida education is you guys have a very tricky funding model, right? So if I understand correctly, every school district gets appropriated the same amount of tax dollars. Am I understanding that correctly?
Per student is how I understand it.
Yes, that's right. So
Yeah,
that's
okay,
correct.
okay.
So it gets funded by student. That is very unusual, right? So Illinois, it's based all on school district, and it's all sort of messed up. But I'm still a huge school choice advocate. The problem, the only issue is that you're going to have trouble getting it through the legislature because there's a lot of these deals that have been made and relationships and infrastructure that's built there. And so I would start small. So Arizona just passed the best school choice legislation in the country. Took 20 years to get there of small incremental work. It's so good in Arizona. Any parent can send their tax dollars to any school of their choosing at any time, regardless of circumstance. I want that school, I want that private school, that charter school, it's full choice. It's awesome.
Yes.
And so if a Hispanic family in the west side of Phoenix who's just really struggling economically, doesn't like the local school, they could pull the trigger and get their kid to a successful school. If they don't like CRT, the wokeism, the pornography in their school, boom, they can move it right out, right?
Yeah.
And so I would encourage you guys to entertain that. I'm not a policy wonk on this thing, but you guys have a much better school choice system than most other states. And I hate to give credit to him for this, but Jeb Bush did a pretty good job, actually, on schools and for at least getting a charter model. And more broadly and nationally, the Florida charter system inspired so many other states to get involved in it. And Jeb was really kind of the pioneer of that, as much as it pains me to say.
I think I was probably brought up in a very normal fashion. We did have a house. I do have brothers and sisters. I have wonderful parents, wonderful family, really very wonderful family. I think we're a very highly motivated family. But again, I would never use the word ambition. And because to me, ambition's a bad word. When I see people saying, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that and I'm so ambitious, and it really sickens me to listen to them talking. I've never seen anything to the extent that I have in New York. It now, from a real estate standpoint, has probably become the hottest city in the world. People are flocking here by droves. And I guess a lot of things had to do with it. Mostly, I feel, it was the psychology of making New York a winner as opposed to a loser. Probably it's the greatest thing that the city ever did, and I think the city is the first to acknowledge it. They went overboard. They gave a tremendous break for the first time, actually, in the history of New York. We got this commercial tax abatement. We took a building that had one person working. We now employ 2,000 people, and we employed during peak construction periods over 4,000 people.
And we congratulate Donald Trump today.
Thank you very much, Troy. I appreciate it. We've employed 5,000 construction workers. There'll be many people employed in running the building, and I think it's a very important step for New York. I think it's a vital step for New York. Anytime. I think it's great. We're going to release 10,000 balloons, so have a good time.
When did you first get the idea for the Trump Tower?
We really had the idea about 3 years ago when we realized the site was available, and we wanted to do something great. And this is really how it all came about.
Oh, you really have. What was the economic situation in New York back then?
The economic situation for this location has always been great. In good times and bad times, Fifth Avenue and 57th Street has always really been very strong. You see it just in the play today. It's an exciting game. The people are going wild. The quality of the league has made it exciting. The quality of the players has brought 65,000 people out to watch a game in Birmingham, Alabama. I suspect that Bear Bryant might be looking down on the stadium right now.
Last year, it appeared that the USFL had a good plan A. They came out of the block strong. Big start. No plan B. Plan B looks like it's in place this year.
Well, I think last year, I disagree with the way it was handled last year, frankly. You know that. I've been very open. You really have to go out. You have to get the stars. Last year, it started off reasonably strong. This year, it's going to stay strong. You're going to see a very big week next week. You're going to see a huge week the following week. It's going to stay strong. It's going to stay strong for a long time.
All along, from 72nd all the way down to 59th, we're going to have magnificent marinas, shopping, restaurants, everything all over the Hudson River.
How much trouble is the city giving you? How much trouble are West Side community people giving you?
Well, trouble. I mean, what's trouble? I've had trouble all my life as far as that's concerned.
If you just decided I'm going somewhere else, I'm going to live in a trailer, and you wanted to sell off, everything, you'd start with your real estate development, all of your real estate holdings, and whatever else you have, your casinos, so on and so forth. You sold everything. Right. How big would that check be that you put in your pocket when you headed west for the trailer?
Well, I hate to disappoint, but I have zero idea, David. How come this seat is at such a low level? You know, I'm looking at him. He's got this stage rigged, folks.
No,
just, you know,
no. But
that seat is a good six inches higher than my seat.
And so am I.
Huh? I see it.
I think that people should make a contribution, and a major contribution, other countries, to this country for what we're doing to keep their freedom and to keep them free and to allow them to be free. And would you rather have that, or would you rather see this country to go totally bust in another couple of years, because this country cannot afford to defend Japan and every other country in the world? It just cannot afford it.
It wouldn't be a tax. It would be more a payment in kind, like for landing space at airports, right?
It would be, you could call it anything you want. Yeah. To be perfectly honest, I don't care what it's called, but I think that Japan and all of these other countries should certainly pay. They can well afford to pay.
Are you a Bush Republican? No, I think I'm really, the people that I do best with are the people that drive the taxis. You know, wealthy people don't like me because I'm competing against them all the time, and they don't like me, and I like to win. The fact is, I go down the streets of New York, and the people that really like me are the taxi drivers and the workers, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I really get a great response. Why are you a Republican? I have no idea. I mean, I am a Republican because I just believe in certain principles of the Republican Party. I was with George Bush today. I listened to George Bush. I listened to what he said, and I believe very strongly in what he said. I think he is going to be a great president.
Why not the tour de USA or tour de New England? Why not just drop the name Trump?
The problem is you wouldn't be here doing an interview right now. That's the problem. And we've gone over it, and I would have almost preferred if we could have done without. And somehow now it's been almost received beautifully. It's just been so successful and so nice, and the coverage has been so fantastic. A lot of the races came actually because of the name. So the name has been a plus, and again, I wanted to be successful because that's important for the name.
Let's look ahead. 10 years from now, where do you feel the Tour de Trump will be?
I think that with a little maturity, with a little time, with a little effort, and with NBC's help, we'll make this the equivalent of the Tour de France. And they were supposed to take my helicopter, but they didn't want to wait for 2 hours because mine was coming back. So they rented a helicopter from an outside company that probably didn't know what they were doing and gone. Now, they call me and they say to me, I'm walking out of the office waving, we'll see you in an hour, we'll call you in an hour, do you want to come? And I'm almost saying yes, and I just decided I was too busy. You know, fortunately, I was doing something where I was busy. But they said, we'll call you in an hour. And then I get a call from one of the secretaries, Mr. Trump, they never showed up. Could you explain? Do you know where they landed? And you don't even think about it. You say, well, I'm sure they landed at maybe a different airport. They landed on the roof of one of the buildings where we have heliports on all the buildings. And then all of a sudden you get a call from the police saying, Mr. Trump, I'm sorry to inform you. And it is a shocker. But it showed me how fragile life is.
Just briefly, you conceive of a development in a site. It usually starts with a piece of land. You conceive of this. You go and you get your zoning, or you have your zoning. You get your architects. You get your engineers. You get your planners. You design something that you think is going to be nice and economic and all of the things that it's supposed to be. You then go out and get your financing, ideally. You used to go out and get your financing. Today, you don't even think about it. You then go out and get your financing. You build your job. You hopefully have a success, and you've created a lot of jobs in between for lots of people that are buying lots of different things for the families, including other homes, et cetera, et cetera. I watched Mike, and I've been with Mike, and I've seen him, and people really take advantage of this man. And I want to tell you something. I think this is one of those examples. Now, I know we have a system of juries, and I know we have a system where if you're found guilty, you're guilty. But somebody like me, maybe who has a little bit more independent streak, can say, hey, Mike Tyson, in my opinion, should really be given another break. I mean, they put him in jail before he was even guilty, as far as I was concerned.
Do you believe he'll fight again, and do you believe he'll ever be the heavyweight champ again?
I think he'll fight again. I don't know that he'll be the heavyweight champ again. In the prison that he's in, they don't allow boxing. That's a long layoff.
For whatever reason, you have a closed mind. I don't know why. Perhaps you could tell me.
No, Mr. Trump, I have a closed mind against evidence that is not substantiated.
Oh, well.
I have a closed mind against statements that are made about other people in generality.
You're going to be very embarrassed in 2 years, sir.
You go on a radio show and you say, now some drunken Indians want to come down here and open a reservation.
I didn't say that, sir. Quote it. I didn't say that. Who said that? Who said that? I'd like an apology right now because I didn't say that.
Imus opened the broadcast, so, excuse me, Mr. Imus said that.
Okay. Could I please have an apology?
You can have an apology.
Thank you, sir.
It looks a little,
cheap?
Yeah, it looks cheap.
Yeah, you mean the amount of money?
Well, the amount of money.
Not so bad. Somebody gets married and it doesn't work out, you get $1 million. I mean, you know, and I think $1 million is a lot of money.
No, you don't.
No, I don't, actually. But do you really think this is the right thing for us to be doing, Ivana?
What will people think? The amount of money.
Not so bad. Somebody gets married and it doesn't work out, you get $1 million. I mean, you know, and I think $1 million is a lot of money.
No, you don't.
No, I don't, actually. But do you really think this is the right thing for us to be doing, Ivana?
What will people think?
Let them talk.
Donald.
Ivana. It's wrong, isn't it?
But it feels so right.
Then it's a deal?
Yes, we eat our pizza the wrong way.
Crust first.
Introducing stuffed crust pizza from Pizza Hut. With a ring of cheese baked into a totally new, thinner crust, you'll want to eat it the wrong way. Crust first.
May I have the last slice?
Actually, you're only entitled to half. See you in the limo.
All right.
Hello? I told you not to call me on this line again. That's better. I will say that last year, before I owned the Miss Universe contest, I went to the Miss Universe contest last year. It was in Las Vegas. And
I felt that Alicia was one of the most beautiful women I'd ever seen. It was incredible, and all of the folks that were here agreed with that. Alicia is like me and like a lot of other people. I love to eat. We all love to eat. Not all of us. Some of you are lucky, but we eat. We like to eat. And she had tremendous pressure put on her with the win and everything else. Plus, she was going from country to country, all foreign places, and there was a huge amount of pressure. And some people, when they have pressure, don't eat. And some people, when they have pressure, eat too much, like me, but like Alicia. And I'm not even sure that he shouldn't have just gone in and taken the Fifth Amendment and said, look, I don't get along with this man, Starr. He's after me. He's a Republican. He's this, he's that. And, you know, just taking the Fifth Amendment. It's a terrible thing for a president to take the Fifth Amendment, but he probably should have done it. I don't think he could have done any worse than what's happened. It's such an embarrassment to him. I mean, I see him walking around. It's like a terrible embarrassment.
And you think when you see him doing this, what comes to your head as a businessman about the miscalculation he made?
Well, it's just that there are so many miscalculations.
As you know, and the people in this room know better than anyone, putting money and investing money in Cuba right now doesn't go to the people of Cuba. It goes into the pockets of Fidel Castro. He's a murderer. He's a killer. He's a bad guy in every respect. And frankly, the embargo against Cuba must stand, if for no other reason than if it does stand, he will come down. He will tumble down, and it'll finally happen.
I'm not here to ask for Jesse's support at this point, because in all fairness to Jesse, I haven't even made the determination to run. If I do, I'll be back here very quickly, because there's nobody's support that I'd want more than his. But at this point, and as I said before in our speech, I'm not here for that. I'm here as a friend of Jesse, and I'm a big supporter of Jesse. I think he's done a great job, and I have a lot of I'm in Minnesota. I come to Minnesota quite a bit over the years. I know a lot of people that live here, and they love this man. He's done an amazing job. It's a tough situation, but you can't give up hope, because there's always hope. I mean, the 5 men, I'm sure their families thought that they probably were gone, and now they walk in the door. A couple of them walked away after they were dug out. So there probably are some more people in there, and therefore you can't give up hope.
You've had an impact on the skyline of New York. What is it like as you see it now?
It's like a whole different skyline. It's like a whole different city and world. I cannot believe the sight of Lower Manhattan without the World Trade Center, and therefore we have to rebuild, not necessarily in that form, but we have to rebuild at least as good and maybe better. I'd put together some really impressive deals, but this thing you've pulled off, it's amazing. A big and tasty for just $1? How do you do it? What's your secret? You're a man of few words. I like that.
What is the problem with ice cream?
I have no idea.
It drips.
Okay.
So my idea is what?
To make a drip-proof ice cream.
No. Oh, that's a brilliant idea. All right, whatever. You ain't going to come out with that, though.
No, I promise you I won't.
Well, my idea is to come out with just like these ice cream gloves that make the ice cream not go on your hands and make it all well sticky. And also keep your hands warm when you is eating the ice cream.
Okay.
Is you win or is you win?
Okay, well, it sounds like a good idea, and I hope you make a lot of money.
I'll tell you, to me, the second most important thing after love what you do is never, ever give up. Don't give up. Don't allow it to happen. If there's a concrete wall in front of you, go through it, go over it, go around it. But get to the other side of that wall.
What's that?
Whose tie is that?
Everything's a competition with you. Whose tie is better? Who's got the better tie? You're going down, O'Brien. I think your tie is very nice. I think, you know, who can say?
Do you want it?
Do I want your tie?
Yes.
Yes, I want your tie.
And you know, it's actually extra long for guys like us.
Very nice.
For tall guys like us.
Are you wearing a watch tonight? Because I'd like to have it.
I think Barbara will eventually fire Rosie. She can't stand Rosie. Now, Barbara's going to deny that, and I don't care. I mean, you know, maybe Barbara will never speak to me again. She didn't tell me to keep it quiet, or I would never reveal that. But during my conversation with Barbara, she called me last week. She said, Donald, I got to put up with it. I can't stand it. I hate it. Now,
Eventually, she'll get rid of Rosie. There's no question in my mind. This is a total catastrophe, and you might as well get out now because you're just wasting time and lives. You know, nobody talks about the soldiers that are coming back with no arms and no legs. And I saw at Mar-a-Lago on Mondays, I make Mar-a-Lago my club that you know about.
In Palm Beach.
I make that twice now. On a Monday, I let returning Iraqi injured soldiers come to the premises. The most beautiful people I've ever seen, but they're missing arms and legs. They're with their wives. Sometimes they're with their girlfriends, and the tears are coming down the faces of these people.
I think a lot of the press is very dishonest. I think a lot of the press is really, really dishonest. But I think that I've been totally... you see, most people think I get great publicity. I happen to think I get terrible publicity. So, you know, what can I say?
Do you mind what people write about you?
I used to mind much
say
more.
about you.
I used to mind much more. The one thing I have learned, it's a one-week phenomena. It doesn't matter. At the end of a week, usually at the end of a day, but usually at the end of a week, it's totally gone. You don't even remember the story. And once you get that into your head, you can live with it.
That's my office.
Where's my office?
You got down the hall, pretty nice, not bad. I think you'll be okay with it. Who are you?
I'm Mr. Trump. I'm Santina Marella.
What the hell are you doing here?
I work here. I'm Miss WrestleMania.
Let me just tell you something. I'm doing to you tonight the same thing that I did to Miss California.
What's that?
You're fired. Get out of here. Whether you like Ronald Reagan or didn't like Ronald Reagan, I mean, there was a level of respect for this country that we had.
You think President Obama doesn't have that? He's had periods where he's quite popular around the world.
Well, initially he was. I mean, certainly initially he was. But we cannot let the rest of the world beat us up. I mean, we're like a whipping post right now.
So if you ran, you'd run as a Republican, correct?
I am a Republican. I would run as a Republican, yes. LaToya came to my office. She made a very strong case as to why she should be allowed back. And I respected that. You know, LaToya could have gone home to California. She could have taken it easy. She's got plenty of money. She's got a great lifestyle. She didn't want to leave.
Yes.
Never give up. People say, how do you be successful, Mr. Trump? One of the early things that I say is never, ever quit. Never, ever give up. So, LaToya, congratulations, you're back. You're going to be working with the men's team. Our country is in serious, serious trouble. Whether it's OPEC, the OPEC nations, or China, or virtually anybody that we do business with throughout the world, they take advantage of us. They laugh at us. They can't believe their good fortunes. I deal with these people, and they can't believe what they're getting away with. So we really have an opportunity to do something great for the country. And it's my honor, real honor, and privilege to endorse Mitt Romney.
I bring a little piece of Russia to you. You ready for this?
Go ahead. Oh. Wow. Now, I'd put it up, I'll mess up my hair, but you, huh?
You don't have to.
I know, it's so beautiful, AJ. I know your viewers want that sucker on, though.
Go ahead.
Wow, that is really...
You're looking very Russian.
That is really nice. Now I feel, now I belong. I just bought Turnberry, the great Turnberry, home of the British Open, which they call the Open Championship because it's probably the most important of the majors. And it's just a great thing. And that's 1,000 acres on the ocean. And you just don't lose money with that. And the clubs do very well. I don't want to close it. I don't want to sell any, but it's great real estate. The other one minor thing, too, I've made tremendous deals because of my relationship to golf. I play golf with people that love golf, and I become great friends with them. I have so many friends. I don't want to mention names.
You make deals on the golf course?
I make deals because of golf. I have so many wonderful friends.
Tax guys getting in on this. Yeah.
You used to call me on the cell phone.
Some people dance like this.
Call me on the cell phone.
I swear it's cool to dance like this. Oh yeah.
And even tonight, with all of the heated back and forth between my opponent and me at the debate last night, we have proven that we can actually be civil to each other. In fact, just before taking the dais, Hillary accidentally bumped into me, and she very civilly said, "Pardon me."
We are eradicating the criminal gangs and cartels that have infiltrated our country. You're reading about them all the time. Some of you have big problems with them. Thank you for that sign. Blacks for Trump. I love that guy. Blacks for Trump. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, man. That's great. That's really cool. I appreciate it.
We have solutions that will pass the House and Senate right now and will not shut down the government, and that's what we're urging you to do. Not threaten to shut down the government because you, let me just finish, because you can't get your way.
The last time you shut it down, you got killed.
Let me say something, Mr. President. You just say my way or we'll shut down the government. We have a proposal that Democrats and Republicans will support to do a CR that will not shut down the government. We urge you to take it.
And if it's not good border security, I won't take it.
It is very good border security.
And if it's not good border security, I won't take it.
It's what the
Because when you look at these numbers of the effectiveness of our border security, and when you look at the job that we're doing with our military...
You just said it is effective.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah, you just said it's effective.
Without a wall, these are only areas where you have the walls.
We want to do
Where
this.
you have walls, Chuck, it's effective. Where you don't have walls, it is not effective. We thought we'd give you a update on the hurricane. We got lucky in Florida, very, very lucky indeed. We had actually, our original chart was that it was going to be hitting Florida directly. Maybe I could just see that, Kevin. It was going to be hitting directly, and that would have affected a lot of other states. But that was the original chart, and you see it was going to hit not only Florida, but Georgia. Could have was going toward the Gulf. That was what was originally projected, and it took a right turn. After consulting with our top government health professionals, I have decided to take several strong but necessary actions to protect the health and well-being of all Americans. To keep new cases from entering our shores, we will be suspending all travel from Europe to the United States for the next 30 days. The new rules will go into effect Friday at midnight. These restrictions will be adjusted subject to conditions on the ground. There will be exemptions for Americans who have undergone appropriate screenings. After this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here we're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women, and we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Today we will see whether Republicans stand strong for integrity of our elections. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Believe me, she would not be my first choice, that I can tell you. Man. You don't know. That would not be my first choice.
When you said in that video that Ms. Leeds would not be your first choice, you were referring to her physical looks, correct?
Just the overall. I look at her, I see her, I hear what she says, whatever. You wouldn't be a choice of mine either, to be honest with you. I hope you're not insulted. I would not, under any circumstances, have any interest in you.
One question about what happened when you had those
It included a raid on my
documents.
house. That's what it included.
But
They didn't raid.
You'd gotten a
they didn't
subpoena
raid
and they had not
Biden's
been
house.
turned over yet.
They didn't raid Biden's house. You know what happened? They put him in the house. That's the one with the Corvette, where the documents were laying all over the floor. That was fine. And you know who happens to be at Mar-a-Lago? Secret Service, and they're phenomenal. I have Secret Service. He didn't have Secret Service. The other thing, the vice president cannot declassify. He didn't have the right to declassify. He has documents from when he was a senator, and even Democrat senators say, I can't believe it. No.
That's the question that investigators have, I think, is why you held on to those documents when you knew the federal government was seeking them and then had given you a subpoena to return them.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Can I talk?
Yeah, what's
you
the
mind?
answer?
Do you mind?
I would like for you to answer the question.
Okay, it's very simple to answer.
That's why I asked it.
It's very simple to, you're a nasty person, I'll tell you. I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage.
Why do couples choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can it keep me warm when I'm cold?
Wait, no, I'm always hot.
Sleep Number does that.
YouTube, welcome back in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. So let's get straight into this video. I want to talk about how you're magnificent, right? So before anyone says anything about this video isn't something to feed your ego, right? To blow your head up and be like, oh, I'm this such an amazing person, right? Because we know, as God says, we've all fallen short, right? No one's righteous but God, so we've all sinned and everything. But that's besides the point. I'm speaking about just the way that you are, the way that God has made you, right? Which in that you're magnificent in like everything that you do. You do things with like, how do I explain it? Like, you know how I've spoken about in a past video, if you watch my channel, to where you have like this Midas touch, right? This is what I mean. It's like you have this magnificence about you, to where like if you set your mind to do something, like you accomplish it in such a way to where like it has your touch on it, your like magnificence on it, right? Your greatness on it. And like this is where your magnificence comes from. This comes from the Spirit of God, right? Because the Lord Jesus Christ is magnificent, right? He's glorious, holy, right? And we're His creation, so He makes us magnificent as well in Him, right? Because our lives are in Him, because He's our life giver. So we have this magnificence from Christ, right? And many of you have this, and you have many gifts, talents, and everything like that, and like you're able to learn things extremely quickly. You're able to do things, accomplish things, whatever it is that you want to do. You're able to accomplish it at such a level, and like at a quick level and everything like that, right? Because you have this magnificence about you. You have this like just greatness about you. The things that you do almost become like iconic or something like that. And I know this sounds bold, but some of you are like that, right? Like anything that you do becomes like iconic. You're someone that maybe a lot of people just genuinely look up to, whether you're in the social media scene or not, or whether it's just in person in your own community. But you're someone that like maybe a lot of people look up to, and for good reason, right? You're probably a natural leader. You're probably someone that has their own ideas. You're probably someone that's, you know, you might be extremely like charming, right? You might be a charming person, a charismatic person, right? Who's able to captivate a lot of people, who has like millions of ideas in their head, right? You're someone who's probably like an entrepreneur, or like God has called you to be an entrepreneur, to where you're created to express this magnificence, right? Those gifts, those talents and everything to the world, because it helps the world. And we know in the scriptures it says, to whom much is given, much is expected. So if you're somebody like this, right, who's highly gifted, who's chosen, much is expected from you, not only from people, but in God's eyes as well. So this is where the discipline comes from. This is where you can't do things the world could do, right? You've never been, probably, if you're watching this video. This is where if you do something, it's wrong, but if someone does it, it doesn't matter, right? That's where it comes from, because you're supposed to be like this leader, because you have this greatness about you, this like magnificence about you. It's the things that God has put on you, right? The gifts, talents, and His Spirit. So it's gonna radiate. So all of these good qualities about you, these don't come without a lot of hate. So this is something that I no longer like to speak about like hate, jealousy, and envy. I just bring it up every now and then, because it's so like it's just like became redundant to this point. It's just a reality of the world. But because of who you are, like this way that you have, and like this way that you're able to captivate attention and have ideas and just be like different and everything, it irks people's demons, right? This is why you've had people attack you for no reason, hate on you, put you down, say like you know, call your names, mock you, humiliate you, whatever it is. It's literally just because of envy, right? They want what you have. So because they quote unquote can't have it, they're gonna hate on you. But just know that you're magnificent, right? So when we hear the word magnificent, it's like almost like you're sparkly or something. Like you're like everything you do is like eloquent or something, and like graceful and like glorious and everything. And this is the person that you are. I don't know who's watching this video. You'll know if this is for you, but, and like I said, this isn't to feed a delusion inside of you, or to you know, make you increase in pride, right? That's not the thing. Sometimes we need these words of encouragement, right? To pick us back up, right? To pick us back up and say, you know what, I am, right? I am a magnificent person. I do have these, right? And luckily, if you're watching this video, your life has shown this already. Regardless of the spiritual warfare and like whatever people have said, it's shown it already through just who you've been and what you've created, right? It doesn't matter what you do. Maybe you play the guitar or something, right? And maybe you're incredibly good at it, and like the songs that you make and everything are like pleasant, right? Magnificent music, like pleasant to the ears and stuff like that. Or like you say you like create like, or maybe you're just a chef, right? Maybe God has created you to be a chef, and like the meals that you make or whatever are like A1 top tier, right? Like they're absolutely fire. And this is what I'm speaking of, the magnificence, right? That you just have this like these qualities about you that like whenever you do the things that you do, it's like people have a hard time to look away, pretty much, right? Like people are just like, what is this person doing, right? It's like you probably had this happen to you before too, where people just like their eyes are on you a lot, and some people look intrigued. Some people look like they want to murder you, pretty much. Some people look like they just want to talk to you. Or some people look like they're just staring at you, right? Or something like that. Whatever it is you're doing, right? And this could just be
Redefine web hosting with Bluehost Cloud, the new platform built for WordPress creators by WordPress experts.
You could literally just be, you know, going to the coffee shop and getting some coffee, and like you'll just notice like people are looking at you and like looking at you without looking away, right? And yes, I know like if you're an attractive person, people stare, right? People stare at good-looking people. So I'm talking about deeper than that, to where like you've had like stares and stuff like that, but also like people would see you maneuver and everything, and like they'd be like, whoa, this person I like the way this person like fills up their coffee or something. Like literally, I know it sounds funny, but like you could have had this happen before, right? Someone could have said, I like the way you get the coffee, right? There's a difference in the way that you you know, pour the coffee in the cup, even though you're doing it like normal. This is what I mean about this magnificence. It's like the way that you do things, there's this like finesse to it. It has this like low effort. It looks like it's low effort, but it's because you're so skilled at like whatever you do, it looks like you're not even trying, right? That's the magnificence, right? This comes from being like a master at the thing that you do, a master of like who you are and everything. So this could even like say you were like a pro marathon runner. So, you know, obviously you trained super hard and everything, you got in super good shape, your cardio shape is like top tier, and you run a marathon, and people watch you run that marathon, and it looks like you weren't even breathing heavy, right? It looked like it was like another day at work for you, right? A whole marathon, which is what, like 13 miles or something, or 26, whichever one it is. But to other people, it looks easy. It's like, this person makes it look easy. This is the magnificence I'm talking about, and this just comes from not because what you're doing is easy, but because of the skill that you have, the talents that you have, right? This is your magnificence. It's like the things that you do and the things that you do that God calls you to do and everything. You're gonna have a easiness to it, pretty much, right? It's gonna be like you don't try whenever you do things, but really you've mastered the ins and outs of it, right? You're probably someone that whenever you get into something, or you have a new goal, you're gonna learn day in and day out. You're gonna practice that goal and learn every single thing about it, right? Until you could like perfect it. And this isn't like perfectionism, but this is like the essence of someone who's like magnificent or great. Which means that the goal that you have, or whatever it is that you're trying to achieve, you're gonna go on 100 on that, right? Probably someone that does this, you go on 100. Once you find out the thing that you want to do, or whatever God called you is to do, you're gonna go 100. You're gonna like perfect it to where it's gonna start to look easy. It's gonna start to look really easy to people. So this is the essence of somebody who's great, right? A great person makes things look easy. You know, a leader makes things look easy. So these all come in through the forms of pain, past pains, past trials, past traumas and everything, past failures, past just a whole lot of things, right? And so it doesn't just like happen for no reason, right? It doesn't develop for no reason. It's something that develops through pain and like trauma and struggling and everything, and then it becomes like perfected to where you get that magnificence, right? You get that oil on you, as it says in the scriptures. You get that new oil on you. So before you become like great or magnificent and everything, you get crushed first, right? Just as olives get crushed really hard to make oil, that's what happens first before a person becomes great. I don't know who needs to hear this, but before a person becomes great, they need to get crushed first in every aspect, to their personality, to everything they've ever learned, to their whole life, to their finances, to everything needs to get crushed pretty much. It's like a whirlwind destroys everything first. So what I believe is that before a person becomes great, their life goes terrible first, right? And I don't mean terrible as in completely and utterly terrible. I mean just like everything changes, right? Everything's gone. Like the past life is gone. Everything's gone. The past things you've wanted to work on is gone. Whatever it is, every single aspect is gone. And this is in the scriptures as well too. When Jesus says, behold, all things are new. You become a new creation in Christ, right? So our lives belong in Christ because we're of God, so they belong in Christ. Outside of God is death, right? So literally our lives are in Him. So in Him we become the new creation, meaning the old has passed away, the sins have been washed away, the past beliefs have been washed away, the way we viewed ourselves has been washed away, and everything's become new. So then you come to realize the greatness in you, what God intended for you, right? He didn't intend poverty. He didn't intend a normal life or like an average life, right? He didn't intend mediocrity pretty much, because He's not a God of mediocrity, right? He's a God of magnificence. And His creation's gonna show that too. But it's only in Christ, guys. It's only in God who has it. And
they're legally robbing you. And it's happening every time you pay for car insurance. Here's the deal.
So whenever we, whenever you know you're called to, whenever you just know you're called by God, and God, whenever God calls us, it doesn't have to just be one thing. Whenever God calls us and we're living according to His purpose, He's going to give us many things, right? For the majority of people, it's not going to be one thing. And say, for example, I'm speaking to the people who God spoke to you that you're like an entrepreneur, right? A kingdom entrepreneur. So maybe God's called you into like the prophetic, or maybe you're like evangelist, or maybe you're like a teacher, as well as like you have like other businesses too, to run like multiple businesses and everything. So that's how it is. So that's the abundance that God has. It's not just like one thing, one income stream. It's abundance in all forms. It's multiple income streams, relationships, right? Friendships, abundance, life abundantly, right? The enemy comes to steal, kill, and destroy. Jesus says, I came to give life and life abundantly, give eternal life, right? On here and in heaven. So in the mighty name of Jesus. So just know that if you're watching this video, you're someone who's magnificent, right? It's important not to take offense to what anyone has said. So yes, words hurt. Words are powerful because they're curses, right? They're spells. So whenever someone speaks a word to you, it literally hurts. It could hurt the spirit too, which is why it's really important to cast them aside and put them in obedience to Christ. Whatever it is that comes against you, put in obedience to Christ, right? Is it true? Is it true? Most of the time you'll find out that it's not true, right? So any tongue that comes against you, you condemn in Jesus' name, whatever it is, right? God does not like people to gossip. God doesn't like slanderers. God doesn't like envy, right? Which is sin. God doesn't like pride either. which is a sin. And pride also blinds you from the goodness of the world, pretty much. It blinds you from yourself. It blinds you from your own actions and everything. It just blinds you. It makes you foolish, right? So God doesn't like that either. And God also doesn't like speaking down on other people, right? Haughty eyes, that's what it is. Many could have had haughty eyes in you guys as well, if you're watching this video. Many could have looked down on you, maybe from a past, maybe in the childhood, or whatever age it was, it doesn't matter, but maybe have looked down on you, right? Because maybe you've been into like seasons where like you were down, and God exposed whoever like your enemies are that way, right? To where you're down and you see who supports you and who makes fun of you, right? That's what God does. And could have had people like that, right? But we know these things are not true. People come against people who are destined for like greatness, who are called by God, chosen by God, right? The enemy hates anything good, right? Anything of God. So the enemy's gonna try to destroy you. So he's gonna send people. He's gonna try to send situations, or he's gonna get you just a trip on your situation, right? Like if you're like broke or something, but you know God has spoken a word over you, talking about like you're gonna end up being wealthy, you're gonna end up owning a business, whatever it is. But the enemy wants you to focus on how important it is now, right? Because the enemy doesn't focus on the things of God, only the world. So the enemy wants you to start tripping and be like, yo, how am I gonna, figure this out or do this out? And you're living in fear, and stuff like that. So whenever that happens, go back to the obedience to Christ. And then when God says, do not worry about what you're gonna eat. Trust me, right? Wait on me. In the mighty name of Jesus. So you're a magnificent person. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You're fearfully and wonderfully made, right? You're somebody that likely has good intentions for other people, right? You probably have a golden heart to where you desire to boost people up. You desire to, if someone's down, to lift them up. You desire, if someone needs knowledge, to give them knowledge. I'm not saying you have infinite knowledge, right? But you're somebody that you have your eyes open and your ears open as well, to where you're constantly looking for new knowledge and new wisdom and everything like that. That's the way to live, right? This is why it's important to watch your pride, because pride stops these things. So we never know everything. It's impossible to know everything. Nobody is truly wise, right? God feeds us this wisdom. We learn it as we go. So it's always important to get as much knowledge as possible, get as much wisdom as possible, and then on top of all, love, right? Just as God says, the highest of all things is love, and loving your neighbor. So even your enemy. So God says to pray for your enemies. So whoever has spoken a word against you, you pray for your enemies, so God could save their souls, right? Because they don't know what they're doing. And you might be someone,
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus. And this is your brain when you're in the zone, but getting in the zone.
Since you've stood out your whole life, you've probably had to go to a point to where you just had to pull back yourself from people, because you've probably gone through your whole life. You might be someone, since you've stood out your whole life, you've probably had to go to a point to where you just had to pull back yourself from people, because you've probably gone through a lot of hate, right? You probably could have started speaking, and because you're someone who has like a lot of you have a lot of gifts and talents and everything. This sparks a lot of jealousy. The world is a jealous, hateful place, right? That's how the world works. Jealous, competition, hate, pride, whatever, every sin in the book pretty much. That's the world. And you're not of this world, right? Because you're of Christ, so you're going to think differently, move differently. You're going to go on the knowledge of the Holy Spirit, right? The Holy Spirit's going to feed you the wisdom and the knowledge. And what God wants for all of his children too is not to corrupt ourselves. So this is where this is why he says to pray for your enemies, not to curse them, right? So we can stay pure and holy. This is why he says not to seek vengeance, because vengeance is his. He deals with it, because it's too much to bear for a human, right? So you can keep your spirit pure and holy. He wants you holy. Because just as he's holy, you're going to be holy, right? You're holy to God. And you're, if you're watching this video, you're likely set apart by God, which means you're set apart, sanctified, and holy, meaning you're living for his purpose. So he's put you aside, whatever it is. And he's gave you a lot of gifts, right? This is where your magnificence comes from, because your Father in heaven is magnificent. So there's a scripture, I can't remember the exact scripture either, talking about, so God gave his only son to die for our sins as well, which was an act of love. How much more will he give us? So he gave us the most important person in the planet, right? Jesus Christ himself, to die for everyone's sins and receive salvation, right? To where you're no longer guilty, to where whatever sin you committed becomes forgiven, right? It becomes not remembered anymore. And he says, how much more will the Father give you, right? Meaning that God desires abundance, right? God desires to give gifts, talents, spiritual gifts, abundance in all aspects, right? It's life. He's life itself, life and life abundantly, life itself. So speak that over your life, right? So Jesus said, I came to give life and life abundantly. The enemy comes to steal, kill, and destroy and says, poverty, lack, I have no skills, blah, blah, blah. All these lies, right? They're all lies. So we condemn them in Jesus' name. Condemn everything that comes against you in Jesus' name. And God bless you guys. Of course, if you want to subscribe, don't forget to subscribe. Comment below anything if you want to comment, and like if you want to like. And I'll see you guys in the next video.
It is no measure of sanity to be well adjusted to an insane society. I was born in 1947 in Glendale.
Thank you for your time here tonight. I just wanted to congratulate you as being a father, and I wanted to...
Thank you.
Yeah. And I wanted to ask, how has your life been different, and have you faced any challenges?
Wow. Well, look, here's the best way I can explain it. Kind of like the Old Testament and the New Testament? It's that big of a deal. It's like everything changes. And for other parents out there, someone said something to me. They said, you finally share a title with God. I said, what's that? You're both fathers. I said, that's really, it's very deep. You think about that. And it's true. It still is changing me. It's not like a thing that gets changed immediately. But I'll be honest, part of it, boy, does it animate me to want to fight harder. Because, I really, look, I'm gonna generalize this. There's plenty of good people without children, and there's plenty of bad people without children, okay? So that's fine. But I generally believe that if more people in our leadership class in America had children earlier, America would be a much freer country. I really believe that. I could go into this in great detail, but it anchors you. It's very real. We live in kind of this very disturbing moment where kind of fictional narratives reign over kind of reality. Having a child is very real. You don't get to live in this kind of postmodern argument of, well, I define my own existence and my own gender. It's like, no, actually, it's very, very real. And it rejects all this kind of nonsensical abstractions, and it anchors you in a way that is very, very profound. So I I encourage, and I say this with no sarcasm, I encourage young people to get married very early and stay very loyally married to that person and have lots of children, to reject hookup culture and all that nonsense that is pervading our society. And so, yeah, I could go further. And just for men, you know, women email us all the time. They say they can't find husbands and all that. We get that all the time. So I'll just give some advice. No, I'll give some advice to men about the two things that they say are missing with young men in America. I know you didn't ask about this, but I don't care. So, self-control is number one. Young ladies would probably agree. And then number two, they're not responsible for anything. Responsibility is considered to be the most attractive quality in men because it's so lacking in America today. So if you're looking for a that they say are missing with young men in America, I know you didn't ask. Yeah, I could go further. And just for men, you know, women email us all the time. They say they can't find husbands and all that. We get that all the time. So I'll just give some advice. No, I'll give some advice to men about the two things that they say are missing with young men in America. I know you didn't ask about this, but I don't care. So, self-control is number one. Young ladies would probably agree. And then number two, they're not responsible for anything. Responsibility is considered to be the most attractive quality in men because it's so lacking in America today. So, if you're looking for a wife or vice versa, I'll let my wife give the young ladies advice. I'm not even going to try to go there. But young men, we have a men's summit for this exact reason now at Turning Point USA. So, God bless you. Thank you.
Hi, Charlie. I just want to say thank you for being here tonight. And then my question is, there have been some pro-abortion posters put up around campus by Planned Parenthood advertising door-knocking jobs. As a student body who is mostly conservative, how does Planned Parenthood get away with this, and how can we educate our peers?
Yeah, how do they get away with it? Yeah, I mean, yeah, you guys are a Christian school. I mean, I would be, so let's pretend I was in charge of the school. I wouldn't allow Planned Parenthood to put up posters at GCU. I just wouldn't allow it. Now you say, okay, Charlie, you know, aren't you for freedom of speech and all of that? Yeah, look, you're a Christian school. Is it in alignment with your values? No. And also, I don't think advertising for the butchery of children is necessarily the speech that I'm going to go to the wall for. But if you have that opinion, we could dialogue about it. Life begins at conception. It's very clear. It's not your DNA. It's not your choice. Abortion is kind of in vogue right now. It's kind of something that everyone wants to talk about. I've said for quite a while that the great, let's just say, the pro-life community has to continue to step up to the bat to make it easier for people to be able to have children in this country, including through some public policy measures. But I always cringe, and it really makes me sad when I have to hear the term unwanted pregnancy. That's a morally troubling statement, isn't it? Unwanted? Unwanted by whom? By the Creator? Oh, no. The Creator already loves that being and wants that being to thrive and survive and flourish and breathe and be able to be out in the world. Unwanted by the mother in that particular moment? Maybe. And I'm not going to get deep into why that might be the matter. It might be a lack of explanation of what that being actually is. But look, we need to better educate about this. I'll be very honest. It's a slaughter in our country. It's 1 million babies every single year. It happens. There's 3,000 abortions a day in our country, and a vast, vast majority of them are abortions of convenience and choice. They're not because of rape, incest, or even life of the mother, which is incredibly, incredibly, incredibly rare. But let's pretend we just, said, okay, you can have abortion for those 3 categories. Well, then you're talking about 99.2% of all abortions that are part of that 1 million category that are abortions of convenience. So look, this is a question of the morals of a society. Why is abortion uncomfortable for some people to talk about? Well, it's because it happens in closed rooms and it doesn't really feel personal because it's private. Well, we know it's happening. Just because you don't see it every single day, it should still really bother you. And boy, if we as Christians put up with it, I don't know what to tell you. It's very, very clear in the scriptures when life begins. And so yeah, look, I could go on about that, but Planned Parenthood has done more destruction for these communities than almost any other organization. We should defund Planned Parenthood, by the way. They shouldn't receive a taxpayer dollar. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's the outfit I was talking about, by the way. Look at that.
Well, thank you so much for coming. I gotta say, I didn't know what to really think of you beforehand, before this speech. I can say I'm now definitely a fan.
Thank you.
My sister got me interested in your speeches and in your stuff like that. She couldn't make it tonight. She's in California right now. She's serving our country in the Air Force. And yeah, definitely. And she would love for you to sign this hat. But on to my question. Sorry. Just want to plug that in there. So I loved what you said about the Founding Fathers tonight. Obviously, that's why I wear this attire. So my question is, if the Founding Fathers could somehow see America in 2022, what is one thing you think they'd be proud of that we've overcome or that we've maintained? And what is one thing you think they'd be disappointed in?
It's a very, very profound question, and I'd be happy to sign that. Disappointed in almost all of it. But yeah, look, I think what they would be most surprised, let me start with this. The thing that, and here we are kind of playing Monday morning quarterback of the great designers of the longest lasting constitutional republic and freest society in the history of the world. So, you know, just forbid me from doing this, but I think it's very well agreed upon, is the creation of this fourth branch of government. Is this unelected administrative state that came up in the Woodrow Wilson presidency of the FBI, the CIA, the Department of Justice, the EPA, this unaccountable, unelected fourth branch of government that has unlimited amounts of power, that kind of operates in total violation to the promises, the moral claims of the U.S. Constitution. The moral claims of consent to the governed. Where do they get their consent from? They just operate on their own. They always exist. The machinery grinds on. Separation of powers? Not really, because they're almost above the three branches of government. The fourth branch of government spies on presidents, spies on members of Congress. Me from doing this, but I think what they would be most surprised. Let me start with this. The thing that, and here we are kind of playing Monday morning quarterback of the great designers of the longest lasting constitutional republic and freest society in the history of the world. So, you know, just forbid me from doing this, but I think it's very well agreed upon, is the creation of this fourth branch of government. Is this unelected administrative state that came up in the Woodrow Wilson presidency of the FBI, the CIA, the Department of Justice, the EPA, this unaccountable, unelected fourth branch of government that has unlimited amounts of power, that kind of operates in total violation to the promises, the moral claims of the U.S. Constitution. The moral claims of consent to the governed. Where do they get their consent from? They just operate on their own. They always exist. The machinery grinds on. Separation of powers? Not really, because they're almost above the three branches of government. The fourth branch of government spies on presidents, spies on members of Congress, right? I mean, it leaks documents of IRS, you know, documents of sitting president. And like they're almost more powerful. They're almost the sovereign. And then finally, the thing that really troubles me the most about the fourth branch of government is another one of the claims that Madison and Hamilton and Jay made in the Federalist Papers is checks and balances. What is the check right now against this fourth branch of government? Almost nothing. It's as if now the real power is in the inner workings of these bureaucracies. So I think the Founding Fathers would just be flabbergasted about how we allowed that to happen, and then how we were able to, like, why didn't we do something about that earlier? 100 years. Or maybe why they didn't put more safeguards in place for there. But yeah, let me say the one thing I think they would be really thrilled about or excited about, I think they would be shocked at how long the Constitution stood. And not because they didn't value their work, it's just never before has a small r Republican form of government stood so long. They wrote about this in the Federalist Papers, and Thomas Jefferson basically wrote this in so many ways, he's totally misquoted and misunderstood, where people say, oh yeah, he wanted the revolution every couple of years. No, he didn't want that. What he was saying is, this form of government has a tendency not to last. The fact we still have the same United States Constitution that we had in 1787 and 1791 at both ratification of the Bill of Rights and the usual Constitution is unbelievable. That should make everyone pause and say, why? It's because the Constitution was not written for the times. It was written to stand the test of time. Because it makes very clear arguments on morality and human behavior. This is something that differentiates me from the progressives. John Dewey, who's kind of the father of public education in America, said it's a new age. We have machines and airplanes and we have gas-powered engines. Humanity is entering a new era. Whereas a conservative say, whoa, 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 just because you have Twitter and you can fly across the country doesn't mean human beings radically improve. We're just as selfish and greedy and broken as we were, regardless of the technology we have. In fact, the technology only amplifies how broken we actually are. It only makes evil easier. And so, I think, without belaboring the point, the founders, I think, would actually be stunned at how much we have screwed up and how much of a chance we still have to revive it. And so I think that should give you a lot of hope. It really does. I by no means think America is past the point of no return. And honestly, a lot of it is thanks to the founders. I mean, they gave us so many opportunities, safeguards. And by the way, the left always wants to get rid of those safeguards. Abolish the Electoral College. Abolish the fact that Nebraska has senators. Abolish the filibuster. Like, whoa. No, that's really a thing, right? They want to combine all the Great Plains states into one big state because they say it should be done on population. Of course, not understanding that the states created the federal government didn't create the states. Big difference. That local is better over the central or the supreme. Okay, so, but I just want to reinforce, I love your fascination with the American founders. I wish that, I pray for a revival in our nation where people really appreciate how special they were. 55 out of 56 of the signers of the Declaration of Independence were Bible-believing, church-attending Christians. John Adams spoke fluent Hebrew. Here's how you know how based the founding fathers were. Okay, for a revival in our nation. Fascination with the American founders. I wish that, I pray for a revival in our nation where people really appreciate how special they were. 55 out of 56 of the signers of the Declaration of Independence were Bible-believing, church-attending Christians. John Adams spoke fluent Hebrew. Here's how you know how based the founding fathers were, okay? They put Leviticus on the Liberty Bell, okay? Leviticus. Not the book of John, not Psalms, Leviticus, okay? Let liberty reign throughout the land of which you are in. So I think a constitutional reset is sorely needed in our country. God bless you, man. Thank you. Want me to sign this? All right.
Hey, Charlie. I asked the same question back like 2 years ago in Bismarck, North Dakota, and I think my aunt would kind of kill me if I didn't say hi for Amber Vibeto. Okay. And it was...
I'm trying to remember the last time I was in Bismarck, but okay.
Not a lot of people go there.
You know what? I do remember. Okay, yeah, got it. Okay.
It's how will abortion affect our youth, or not our youth, but my generation? And now that we kind of have all this stuff going on in the Supreme Court with Roe v. Wade, how would you answer that question now as to where, like, 2 years ago?
Yeah, well, praise God first and foremost that Roe v. Wade was overturned. It was an awful judicial decision. Awful. And if a liberal, not a leftist, is being honest, they would even agree it was awful judicial interpretation. It was a total drive-by shooting of the U.S. Constitution. It was. And it was allowed to stay for far too long. And actually, if the left was being honest, of which they're not about this topic, the decision that was administered down was actually agnostic on the issue of abortion itself. The court did not rule on whether abortion was right or wrong. It simply said it should be left to the states. Now, I wish they would have ruled on it being right or wrong, obviously, because it's very clear, but that's besides the point. Okay, so how does abortion impact your generation? Well, it already is. I mean, you know, imagine if you had 1 million more people in your the younger generation every single year. Maybe we wouldn't need this relaxed immigration policies and all these other things. You know, you look at certain communities, especially, you know, the black community in this country, the black birth rate has been going down significantly the last 40 years, where in certain communities the abortion rate is actually greater than the birth rate in certain communities. So it definitely impacts that. But let me kind of talk more morally, if you will. By the way, the U.S. birth rate has fallen 20% by 2007. 2007. It's remarkable. Let me just talk more morally, though. If a country or a nation, a civilization or a people, put up with 1 million souls basically being terminated every single year, then what else are we going to put up with? The answer is quite a lot. And you shouldn't be shocked. The very same nation that puts up with that puts up with the medical mutilation of children at alleged children's hospitals. It's a very simple moral question, which is why I encourage Christians to speak out about this. what do you do when you're strong? Do you use that strength to protect the weak, or do you try to get more strength yourself and exploit people that aren't as strong as you? It's a very simple moral question. And biblical Christianity tells us to protect those that can't protect themselves. But if you don't believe in that thing, you don't believe in an absolute standard or objective in that way, why not use your strength to crush the weak? Most countries do that, by the way. Most countries have done that. It's all about power, right? And by the way, if you don't believe that every being is an image bearer, then it's even easier to justify that. As Joseph Stalin would say, one death is a tragedy, a million is a statistic. And he was good at racking up statistics. Anywhere between 40 to 50 million people intentionally murdered under his regime. Mao Zedong, anywhere between 30 to 40 million people. And by the way, both Stalin and Mao were known for, Mao more than Stalin, were known for their zealous anti-religiosity. I mean, you cannot have a widespread Marxist regime and a vibrant church that is preaching the Word of God. They cannot exist. So one has to go or the other. You have to take over the church. You have to dilute the preaching. One has to happen or the other. And so that's exactly why, I mean, Mao all but basically outlawed religious expression. It wasn't Christianity. It was just basically Taoist Confucian teaching that he utilized for his own purpose and also basically absorbed it. So how does it impact our country? It impacts our country in every way possible. But look, it's just a matter of what is right and what is real and what is true. And I know for me personally, I'm going to do everything I possibly can to protect those that can't protect themselves. Thank you.
Hello, Charlie. My question is, what are your thoughts on a complete immigration moratorium?
Yeah, I mean, right now I think it's a great idea, especially with where unemployment is right now. Look, I think immigration should always be modified, and let's just say, not modified, immigration policy should be adjusted towards the current circumstances that we're living through, right? So here's my main argument, that U.S. governmental policy should always serve the citizen first. Always serve the citizen. All of you right now are entering into a job market. You're entering into a set of circumstances where you are probably going to have student loan debt, where inflation is absolutely crushing younger people right now. I believe there is a moral social contract argument to make that American college graduates should be given preferences in hirings over foreign students. And that is a moral question, right? So then people say, well, Charlie, how is that fair? Of course it's fair. It's fair in the question of whose government is it? The government of the American people should first and foremost serve the American people. Once you're able to have excesses beyond your limitations, then we could talk about how generous we want to be. But we right now are a nation $31 trillion in debt, with the most depressed, suicidal, alcohol-addicted, psychiatric drug-addicted generation in history. That generation needs a lot of help right now, you guys. And I don't mean that in a negative way or a condescending way. And so immigration policy should be adjusted in that way. Not to mention, we had 5 million people illegally enter into our country this last year. Let's press the pause. Let's allow that assimilation to happen, if at all, because it certainly isn't happening quick enough. So I fully support it. I think in the future that could be adjusted or changed. But this is what prudence is all about, which is what makes a conservative different than an ideological person. You look around, you see what's happening, and you adjust policy based on the time, the circumstances, and your desired goal and objective. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hi there, Charlie. Nice to meet you. Preface, I grew up, never really had religion in my life, but somehow I always remained conservative. The real question being, in this environment, trying to get into politics, being very open-minded and actually enjoying learning and growing with my knowledge of the Bible and Christianity. As an outsider, I feel like in conservatism, and I want to get into politics, how am I supposed to meld the two while not truly being a believer?
Well, first of all, thank you for being here. It's awesome. And yeah, of course there's a place for people that aren't believers in the conservative movement. Of course there is. It's about building a coalition for liberty and things that we agree on. And I will always say, though, that having biblical Christianity an objective standard is of which the entire, there we go again, the entire foundation that the movement is built upon. I would venture a guess that if you really get into the weeds of our movement over a period of time, I think you will become a believer if you remain open-minded, especially if you read the Word and you pray and you ask God to come into your life, because reading of the Word never turns up void, ever. So, but look, I get this question a lot. I want to be very, very clear that as long as you believe in liberty, you believe in what I talked about here, and you believe in the natural law, which I would probably guess that you probably believe in the natural law. I believe the natural law was written by somebody, right? Some people, just not trying to suppose, but someone with a secular view would say the natural law was just kind of, it just sprung into, or we don't know. Let's just put it, I think that's fair. Then welcome aboard, right? Because we're here as a way to build a civil government and a free society. We believe that those origins and those roots unquestionably come from biblical Christianity. But if you want to lock arms with me to make sure that we no longer have 1 million abortions every single year, or you want to lock arms with me to make sure that kids are not medically mutilated for profit, then I'll be more willing to march in the streets with you alongside more so than most pastors in this country. Because most pastors are totally silent on those issues. And so I'm not here to say that you have your metaphysics perfectly configured, right? I wouldn't say that. I believe there's only one way, one truth, and one, obviously path. But I will say, though, that I'm a behaviorist when it comes to some of these things. What do you do? And I know some atheists that don't believe a thing of the Christian worldview that I have. But they are more outspoken about doing good and confronting evil than a lot of Christians than I know. And I say, welcome aboard. I truly do. Thank you.
Thank you for being here tonight. So my question is coming from a perspective of a Christian that's very, very pro-life and cares very much about justice. A topic I struggle with is the death penalty. How should I, as a pro-lifer and a Christian, view death penalty as someone who also cares about justice? And it's a lot more difficult for me to defend a murderer, a criminal, versus an unborn innocent child.
That's a great question. You and I both struggle with it. I've been outspokenly against the death penalty in years past, but I got to be honest, I'm moving away from that position. I'm not totally there yet. So let me just kind of correct one thing that you said, which is not trying to, kind of focus on it. Executing a criminal is not murder, okay? That's something different, okay? Some would say that's justice. Some would say that's the, administration of the proper consequence of the rule of law. Now, I'm not totally there. Here's one of my big problems with the death penalty. One of the reasons why I'm against it, probably, but I'm moving on it. Is how many people we've wrongfully executed in the last 50 or 60 years. It is the great argument against the death penalty. A lot of people were wrongly executed based on bad evidence, and they were later shown to be exonerated or, basically, there we go again, with exculpatory evidence, right? So that's number one. But I do want to say something. I think the weakest argument that people that are, by the way, the death penalty is more expensive. There's all these other different things, right? Also the belief that the state shouldn't have the power to execute its own citizens. I resonate with that. But I think the weakest argument against the death penalty, the weakest argument is they say, well, I don't want innocent life to be taken, and I don't want to have someone on death row to be murdered. Okay, the innocent person in the womb wasn't like the chainsaw murderer or whatever reason they're up for death row, okay? It's a totally different moral category. The person who's on death row is probably there for a very, very good reason, right? The person in the womb hasn't done anything to anybody whatsoever. It is the definition of innocence, right? They've done nothing but just existed in the womb. So, but I want to be honest. I struggle with it for the reasons of people that were wrongly accused, and then you can't reverse that, right? Once they're dead, and that's wrong. It's more expensive, and I also I try to be principled on this idea that the government should not be able to have the power to take the life of its own citizens. I do resonate with that argument. But at the same time, I see some of the crimes committed by some of these people in our country, and I struggle with that too. And I say, I'm supposed to now pay for meals for them for the rest of their life? Really? And so I'm right with you with struggling with it, but I definitely yield towards the direction of not having the death penalty currently. But I have to say one of the clearest moral thinkers on this is Dennis Prager. He's definitely moved me a little bit. He's been great. Thank you. God bless you.
Charlie, thank you for coming out here. I wanted to continue with the foreign policy aspect. Do you believe that NATO has a place in the 21st century and we should still be a part of it?
Probably not. No, I would have to say that NATO is basically the largest socialist subsidy experiment in the history of foreign policy. Basically, NATO is us pumping in tens of billions of dollars, so these major countries have to then go defend them. Like they're not defending themselves, right? Why? So let me just get this straight. If Putin launches a missile to Poland right now and hits a restaurant, you might get drafted. How is that in our national interest exactly? I just ask a series of questions. Tend to believe that long-standing, massive multinational alliances. Not a big fan of that. But I'm open to different arguments on that. But man, you want to talk about you want to have your opinion shaken on NATO? Go look at how they're imposing radical gender theory throughout all the militaries of Europe. They fly the LGBT flag, all that stuff. That's what NATO is. You should go check it out. So. But at the same time, I do believe that the West is deserving of protection. But boy, large entanglements in some of these nations, and there's a lot of members of NATO that are awfully questionable. Turkey plays both sides of the ball. Let's just put it that way. God bless you. Thank you. Got to get to the next one. Sorry. Thank you.
Hello, Charlie. I would like to ask you about the importance of money. So under Executive Order 14067, the Federal Reserve is tasked with looking into how a central bank digital currency might be created, and they are evaluating the necessary steps and requirements of implementing one. What are your thoughts on Bitcoin, and what do you think, how important do you think its adoption is in securing individual liberties in this country?
I'm a huge fan of Bitcoin. The technology, I think, is terrific. I think it's just a matter of time. Now, when I say Bitcoin, I really mean cryptocurrency more broadly or generally. I'm not trying to endorse a coin or telling you to buy it or any of that stuff that got Kim Kardashian in trouble. Okay, for all the federal regulators that are watching this, you could buy Ethereum, you could buy whatever you want. But the idea of decentralized currency that is transparent and inflation resistant is very important to liberty. Money is a store of value. That's all that it is. Money replaced the barter system. It's more efficient. It allowed the entire Western world to be developed. And the war on liberty is being directly waged by the Federal Reserve for a reason to deteriorate our money, I think to eventually reset it, to be able to crush your earning potential, crush your ability to store capital, crush your ability to be able to earn a life, build a life and earn capital quickly and the ability you want to. Bitcoin, I think, is a hedge against all of that. Without going too deep into the technology of all of it, using blockchain and using it more broadly, it is resistant to kind of tyrannical intervention, if you will. Blockchain, because of its unique one-to-one ability to be able to exist. And the other part about Bitcoin that's so fascinating is the ledger. The ability that you'd be able to see every transaction in real time. That only gives you trust and transparency in the system, where our current system is built on fiat currency wishes and hopes. So I'm a big believer in crypto, a big believer in blockchain. I think it's just a matter of time before, that becomes the norm. But let me say one final thing. Resist the federal government creating a digital currency. Do not allow that to happen. God bless you. Thank you. About able to earn a life, build a life and earn capital quickly. Being able to life, I think, is terrific. I think it's just a matter of time. Now, when I say Bitcoin, I really mean cryptocurrency more broadly or generally. I'm not trying to endorse a coin or telling you to buy it or any of that stuff that got Kim Kardashian in trouble. Okay, for all the federal regulators that are watching this, you could buy Ethereum, you could buy whatever you want. But the idea of decentralized currency that is transparent and inflation resistant is very important to liberty. Money is a store of value. That's all that it is. Money replaced the barter system. It's more efficient. It allowed the entire Western world to be developed. And the war on liberty is being directly waged by the Federal Reserve for a reason to deteriorate our money, I think to eventually reset it, to be able to crush your earning potential, crush your ability to store capital, crush your ability to be able to earn a life, build a life and earn capital quickly and the ability you want to. Bitcoin, I think, is a hedge against all of that. Without going too deep into the technology of all of it, using blockchain and using it more broadly, it is resistant to kind of tyrannical intervention, if you will. Blockchain, because of its unique one-to-one ability to be able to exist, and the other part about Bitcoin that's so fascinating is the ledger. The ability that you'd be able to see every transaction in real time. That only gives you trust and transparency in the system, where our current system is built on fiat currency wishes and hopes. So I'm a big believer in crypto, a big believer in blockchain. I think it's just a matter of time before, that becomes the norm. But let me say one final thing. Resist the federal government creating a digital currency. Do not allow that to happen. God bless you. Thank you.
Hi, Charlie. First, I just wanted to thank you for coming. I'm a big fan. So I do want to be a dad one day, and I'm a little worried about the public school system pushing more and more radical leftist agenda like transgenderism, socialism, CRT. So I just wanted to see what you would recommend for me and conservative parents for protecting their kids as they enter school. Like, would you recommend private schooling or homeschooling?
Well, a couple things. So we have the wonderful partnership with Dream City Christian Academy, which is a Turning Point Academy right up the street. We're super thrilled about that. So if anyone watching wants to send their kid to a great school, Dream City Christian does a phenomenal job. We're also launching Turning Point Academy pod schools all across the country for kind of homeschooling centers. For anyone watching, or you have friends or family or relatives that want to start a pod school with Turning Point Academy anywhere across the country, we'd be thrilled about that. And look, so the numbers are overwhelming, though, that homeschooling kids outperform even private school and definitely government school kids. But look, every parent is different. I went to public school, and for me, it was a good thing. It was. Despite the indoctrination and the Marxism, I was a little different, where the more opposition that I actually encountered, the stronger it made me and the more willing I wanted to fight. But not every kid is like that, right? Some kids bend to the whims and kind of the whispers of secular progressivism when it's in the schools. But I think generally and broadly, we need a mass exodus of kids from the government school system into private schools and homeschooling. We have to try to double the homeschooling population and double the Christian private school population in the next couple of years. God bless you. Thank you.